Yo, 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 what's up, people? What's happening? What is going on? I just changed the stream setup a little bit. I finally put my TV in. So I got 32-inch TV to play on now. Actually, maybe it's 42? 42. I don't know. But now it's up a little bit, so I'm going to have to get used to that. We'll see how the camera looks. May have to figure out how to adjust that. And now I can have 3 screens when I'm streaming. So I can keep it on all the chats. Where's this video I just sent myself? Where bees this video? There we go. Taking forever, email. Don't you know I'm already late and behind? I got time for this. Oh, come on. No, I definitely don't have time. You relax. We just walked. You know what I mean? You don't need nothing. Get off me, come on, we just walked. You don't need, you can relax, okay? Literally, like, got in 20 minutes ago from a walk. Why is this not? Why is this gotta be like this? Oh man, I like got dog food in my beard. How gross is that? OBS is killing me. Audio is not working. So I was going through some of my videos and I realized that the couldn't really hear the music, so I was gonna have that play in the in OBS as well. Because I normally wouldn't do it. Get down. Wouldn't do it because there might be an echo, but there's hardly any anyway. Come on, OBS. Alright, so it's just not gonna. Okay, so that's definitely the video I want to post. I'm always behind like 100 times. Cut, no, nope. Cut it out. Okay, yeah. So the audio is not going to work no matter what I do here. So let me just turn that off. Cancel this stuff. Disabled. Default. Maybe it'll work next time. I don't know. Alright, Slick Boy Thursday. Yo, what up, Zeddy? Come on, OP. What are you crying for? Get out. Come on, you can't be under there. Come on, there's too much going on the desk for you to be... Look, you're pulling up. What are you doing? How are you wrapped up in this? Are you fucking me, dog? Get out, get out, get out, get out. Go lay down. Go lay down. We just can walk. We just walked. What? Come on, relax. You should be super tired. You fought me the entire walk. You should be extremely tired. Oh my god. Alright, I gotta stop playing. I'm like losing my mind here. The ranked ladder. Get out. Get out. Come on, you can't be under the desk. You have a, if you want to like den up, you have a crate. Go live in that. Don't you can walk under here. Are you kidding me? Come on, let's go. Out. You're literally killing me, OP. Literally. You need to just relax. We played, we did all these things all day. My dog is driving me fucking bonkers. This is what's going on. Bonkers, man. Bonkers. Both need body shields. Come and get them. I got those body shields. Come on, I'm like off in the middle of nowhere. Like, what is this? Ugh. Have you played season 3 yet, Zeddy? Fix this monitor. I'm a big fan of the season 3, bro. Pretty shitty place to drop. I barely have anything. Oh. Give me a... Need a bag, bro. Need a bag. Finally a bag. See if you picked up that other site. Oh, good call, good call. OBS has been killing me. Oh. Good call. I'm gonna shut it down real quick. Now I have no signal on the TV. What is going on? Alright. This is why I have to what? No, I'm not coming out. Everything. You're gonna have to open the door. I can't hear you. Oh no. No, everything is a mess in here. It's still, what is going on? It's still no good. Alright, we're gonna just look at my beautiful face for this game, and then I'm gonna have to try to figure it out. What the fuck is going on with it? There we go. Figured it out. So I didn't have to stop my stream. OBS is just being a pain in the balls. I gotta catch up to these people. They have straight left me because I was dicking around. Facebook is back up. So I didn't have to stop. Holy sh... This is insane. It is legit a shit show tonight. Alright, so I really like F these teammates over. I need to put in some work as soon as we see somebody. And I just realized also my mic wasn't muted, so they heard me bitching and moaning about all of that shit. Oh, look at all this energy ammo. Nice. They must have heard me bitch about my stream setup, so they didn't they weren't giving me a hard time about it because they knew what was going on. I'll take it if Megadan Dash don't want it. Alright, there we go. We're coming up on some stuff. Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Fucking idiot dog just chewed up an extension cord that's plugged in. You're a fucking moron. Oh my god. Dog is gonna be the fucking death of me. So it had a fan plugged in. The wire was out of the way. He pulls the wire where he can get to it. And then unplugs the fan and chews the fucking shit. Fuck, man. God damn it. Can't throw punches at me. You should have got the other dude up then. Come here. Get out. You're not allowed under here. Come on, go. Go. Over here. You go under the desk again, you're gonna have to live in your fucking crate. Alright, buddy? Get off me. You can't. You gotta keep all 4 paws on the floor, buddy. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. No, don't even think about going in that trash. Oh my god. I need like a fucking break after that. Oh my god. Holy shit. I'm like so stressed out after that, like, whatever. 15 minutes. Just stay there. And that's good, you don't gotta go any further. If I could trust you guys not to get in a fight, you could be out there with your brother. But I can't, because you guys are douchebags. And here we go. No idea where they pinged. No idea where they pinged. Alright, so we're going to, what's this place called? This place is called Lava City. Sounds like a bunch of fun. Let's go to Lava City. Pack your bags. We're going to fucking Lava City. That. P2020s. P2020s for days. What, really? That's like all that's here is one heavy clip? Take that, take that, take that. Take it all. I needs it all. That's where that bullshit was. What's underneath? I'm gonna drop that. That. Charge rifle, lay. Stop. Why do you want to shoot? Now he's showing the plug to the fan that he unplugged so he could shoot the extension cord. Just don't, like, he's got 1,000,001 toys, 18 freaking bones, and he wants to break all of my shit. Ay ay ay. The loot's like just scattered all weird. I don't like it. Select the fire. Not gonna ping his heals, bro? Take it, I needs the heals, bro. That was the last game I had to double tap. I am hungry. Didn't have dinner yet. So I had to walk the dogs and I didn't have, well, I had to walk the dogs, but I also put this TV up here. Didn't have to hang that, but I did anyway because I'm a numbnuts. I like can't get out of this building. That's not looted thing upstairs probably is it? Oh, look at that. Look at that. Look at what I found. Look at what I found. I'm like so lost constantly. I have no idea. No idea where I'm going. Like 98% of the time. I see a door, I'm like, oh, I'm gonna go in it. I'm gonna go at it. I have no idea. Oh, found the lava. Twelve syringes is probably enough for me anyway. Ah, they ballooned. I see. I see. They're slick. Yeah, you should withdraw and get that body shield, bro. Tried to get him was gold and then purple, and it just kept flying away faster. So I had to shoot it when it was blue. And I heal faster while in this. Got you, bro. Got you, brother. What up, Delina? What's going on? Welcome to the shit show. Hopefully it won't be too shitty anymore. Okay, we're coming. Nice. That's what I'm talking about. And I may got a purple shield. Take that, take that, take that, that. Oh, I need more ammo. What am I doing? That on that. Actually, I probably don't need that many. Are the bigger ones? I need bigger ones. Let's do that. We'll do that. Got the fast heal chest piece. They are OP with the fast heals. Or do that. I need some heavy ammo, bros. Buddies. Yeah, extended light mag. Yes. Take that. Alright, yeah, let's just play it safe. Let's, yeah, whatever you guys will do. I'm with y'all. Not gonna let that recharge your shield, bro. Yeah, take that, take that, take that, take that. Yeah, let me get out of there before I catch some friendly fire from that shite. Where at? Where'd they go? I'm going up here. What? Oh. I got you, bro. I got you. Okay. Nice, nice, nice. Took that son of a bitch out. That guy over there's got a gold shield. Where we go? What? Oh, they're being engaged. Very nice. Oh shit, I don't know. Oh sh... Fuck, I just fell off looking. Hopefully that works. Oh man, we're done for. Oh, I hit my head on the track. Oh, did you? Shit. Oh, it didn't let me climb. Well, that was a good game. GG's. Miss Colleen, what's up? We almost won that. Almost fucking won that. Lost because of some stupidity on me and another teammate's fault. I gotta... My dog is chewing on some shit he's not supposed to. I'll be right back. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Ow. I will be right back. Well, you nuts, Jim?
Ridiculous.
I know.
Only you weren't such an
Oh my god, I'm back. Finally, this. Since I was out there, I decided to make dinner. Alright, someone's banging ass chicken parm. Yeah, what's going on? What's going on? Why? He must think. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, he must be a idiot. Idioto. Yeah, Opie chewed an extension cord, so I had to take him out and like clean some of it up. There's still pieces on the floor, but then while I was out there, I decided it was just way past dinner time, so I made heated up some of that chicken parm, put it on a bagel. Yeah. I bought like 2 packs of chicken, so it was like 4 or 5 pieces in both packs, like real thin sliced. Yeah, we made it a couple nights ago. No sirree, Bob. First home cooked meal in forever. Home cooked meal in forever. I've been eating like frozen pizza, shit like that, like the frozen Chinese stuff, PF Chang stuff. Oh, cool. Good to know that Facebook stopped streaming me. You know, it's just been a shit show all stream, man. It's been terrible. Like, first, like, the gameplay's not showing up. Like, Opie's not being good. I was, like, a couple minutes late rushing because I walked the dogs and I had a shower and then, like, and I said, now fucking Facebook just shut it off. So we're gonna do some public eating. So, yeah, it's just Restream's not connecting to Facebook. I don't know why. Very nice. Dano's in charge. I wish I could like spectate you. Said I wish I could spectate you. I don't know how to like make Facebook reconnect. Well, like, what's he need to loot for? He's not even fighting anybody. So it's you versus 3 other squads? Oh shit, there's an active Amber Alert. I didn't know Facebook did this. Missing child. Dolce Alves, age 5, was last seen on September 16th, 2019 in Bridgeton, New Jersey, wearing a yellow shirt with koala bear on front, black and white pants, white sandals. Please call 856-451-0033 or 911 with any info. Like, I don't get kidnapping kids. Like, I do everything I can to get away from kids. I wish somebody would come kidnap Opie. Right, Chips? We don't want him here no more. He's a pain in my fucking balls.
know we didn't have problems when we first started, and the things have gotten harder with the time. But you're the one that I made for, so it takes more. That's a mountain that we both gotta climb. I know I say that I'll change things, and I don't always. And that's nobody else's fault but mine. I know it's hard when I'm gone and I'm on the road always. But please believe you're always on my mind. I know we didn't have problems when this first started, and then things have gotten harder with the time. But you're the one that I made for, so it takes more. That's a mountain that we both gotta climb.
The charge rifle. Shit be vicious. Why is not let me sign in the mixer? What is going on with my life? Oh shit, Zed. My bad. Are you in mixer? Why was that not popping up? Yo, oh my god, I don't know what happened. There must have been an update. And everything is fudged up. My mixer chat's not coming in the restream chat. Oh my goodness. Facebook can't connect to restream. Waiting on Grimbo to finish his game bow, and then we'll play bow. Ooh, fancy ass charge rifles, eh? Alright, I'm gonna send you an invite sent though. Oh, look at that. Thick Boy Thursday. Yep. Although my daily challenges, which I didn't look at until just now, are for Wraith, Pathfinder, and Mirage. So, whoops, a daisy. He's back. He's back, people. He's back. Don't you worry about it. I'm still in the lobby. No. Oh, what the fuck? I just sent you an invite and put me into a game. Are you fucking kidding me? Come. This is like such a shit show. Alright. Shit, I should have waited. Send me another one. There we go. Looks like I'm coming in now. I did not cut this lettuce small enough. I didn't cut this lettuce small enough. Oh, you're not here in the party. Are you loading in? I just sent an invite. It's a fucking mess, man. I don't know. Today is just a shit show. I feel bad. This dude's. Looks like he's trying to play some game, just the two of us. But I'm about to leave his ass. I just heard a zip out of me. This charge rifle is actually hard to use. Kinda happy will fuck me up with it all the time. Are we zipping back? Oh, I hit him for 3. Even though I'm not hitting anybody, the charge rifle is actually kind of fun to use. I just want to get the charge rifle. Hit him for 78. Oh. So my teammate downed him. I picked up the rifle. And that was it. No shield, no nothing. Alright, I'm coming. It didn't let me go. I'm leaving the match now. I accepted your invite. I looked up and I'm just spectating my teammate. Fine. Try this again. So, I just got a message from Facebook. My video is partially muted because it may contain music that belongs to somebody else. Like Mercury's. I've been playing them for the past week, and I haven't had an issue. It is partially muted, but it's not. I'm not streaming. It's the video that is up because they just mute the part that is clean. So maybe it's one song, maybe it's 3 songs, but the whole video isn't muted. All right. Yep. Yep. Nope. Bye. Alright, I'm going in the other side. I land on the roof. I'm down. That didn't work. He landed on the other side of hell, I think. They're killing me to death. Just trying to see where people are. Yeah, maybe he doesn't know you can do that. A teammate dropped it for an empty purple shield, I guess. Oh, then I don't know. I don't remember. It all looks like Barney Fire Hell to me. Oh, I got a select fire. I'll bring to you. Oh, here's a... No. Oh, there's a blue shield over here. Can you get here? I can't ping it. Okay. I'm like, I can't ping it. Why can't I ping it? Alright, we gotta go. The ring's moving. And we got a little bit of a run. Yeah. That's what happens if you don't did it. I don't know the walls here though. We gotta go. There's a zip line right here. Okay. Probably should have, but Zero just got on. That makes me happy. We can get a full squad, do some ranked. Somebody's charge rifle firing. I don't know if that's our teammate at somebody or somebody at our teammate. Teammates pushing them and it's gonna get fucked up by the ring. Zero, my hero. What's up, buddy? Yo, friendo. We are having a shit show. You know what? I think when you said that, you even said that your brother-in-law was coming up Friday when you said you didn't think you'd be on. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you even said, yeah, because my brother-in-law's coming up Friday, and I didn't even put it together. So our brains are overrated anyway. I'm coming. Probably both. No, there's somebody there. I just saw them open the door. I gotta readjust my mic. Alright. Yeah. No, I'm Gibraltar. They opened that door right there. Oh, there's 2 purple death boxes on the train. But I wouldn't be able to catch it. I just saw like train by me. Oh, I got heavy ammo if you need it. Oh, walk. Alright, let's move to the next. Alright, what do you want me to carry? You want me to carry light or heavy ammo for you? Alright. Alright. I got 80 heavy on me. I'll give you once you get a bag. Oh, nice. Okay. Yeah, he's just EMP'd them, so let's... I see you, motherfucker. Oh, there's somebody else behind me. Fuck. There's somebody like all the way over there, yeah. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Fuck, I tried to throw my shield. Good shit. Because I got the other 5. Somebody's sniping at us. Oh, they're zipping across. Oh, teammate just left. What are we gonna do? Alright. Yep. I have some. I have 2 syringes. I have 2 syringes and 3 med kits. Cool. So we're ready for you, Zero. We ended that game real quick on purpose so we could play together. Yeah. Definitely. Yeah. Oh. Well, in that case. A little bit. My bad. The only one I actually was. The only one I know is Freaky Friday because he just had it not that long ago with Chris Brown. Yeah. You guys hear that? The important thing is not to die. Okay, good. With like a cat hanging over a pit full of spikes. Like, hang in there. Yeah, apparently not. Yep. Alright, my challenge is to remember not to die. Oh shit, there's a squad landed. Definitely in this building with me. And okay, I don't have a gun, but yeah, we can. Somebody landed on this building too. Yeah. I'll be there as soon as I find the gun. Alright, I'll be there before I find the gun. Right here? I'm sorry, I'm blocking your bullets. I need to punch him. Bam, bitch. Oh, I am the Karate Kid. Yeah. Yeah, it's Birdman. Oh, there's no bullets in this gun. Fuck. That's why he was running away, because he didn't have any bullets. Yeah. Oh, now I gotta go with no fucking bullets. Fuck, alright. I got a peacekeeper. Let me see if we can find something else to help the peacekeeper be more peeper keeps. Alright, I'm coming. Got devotion as well. Who says a fat boy can't be sneaky? Oh, I hear him behind me. Come a long way around. Don't tell me what to do. Don't. Alright, I thought so. I thought it might be giving you motion sickness. You got these bins here with Mozambique, sniper stock. I'm taking the energy ammo for my devotion. No. Alright, here, I'll give you. Do you want devotion or peacekeeper? Here. Alright, it's got a bunch of stuff on it. So take all the stuff. Oh, actually, I need that. Actually, no, I don't need that. Take that too. Somebody. Oh, we're being sniped at. From up there. Yeah, they're fucking me up. Fuck, man. That sucks. At least you took shots. I didn't take any shots in our last fight. No, I was healing when they. Oh, but I ranked up. I'm bronze 1, motherfuckers. I got 903 points. Yeah, I was part of the season 2 battle pass. Man, that salad was banging. A Masterful Mechanics special. No, we've been there. You'll recognize it once we get closer. Yeah. It's where the zip lines are with the cars in the air. No, I don't think so. I don't think you can get that high. Yeah, it's out of bounds. And then I missed the zip line, so I fell all the way down. Oh, cool. Hey, Decoy, come here, Decoy. What's up, buddy? How you doing, buddy? Okay, come here. Oh, Zero's already patting him behind the ears. Somebody's shooting at you, Grim. It looked like it was up top. I got an Eva if you... Alright. Yeah, I'm with you. Nice. I got you covered while you do that. Oh, and it's a gold box. What'd you get out of that? Oh, yes. Oh, shit. Okay. Back off our boy! Yep. Nice. Chips is in here. Oh, I'm dropping this. Shit, I don't really have the... I want to drop this Eva, but I don't really have the ammo to run double light. No. Yeah, here. Oh, you have 4, okay. Oh, there's a shield up here you can swap out for to get full shields. Of course, buddy. Of course. Okay, we're coming. We're coming. We're trying. Alright, I'm coming. I was able to find extra heavy. Or extra light. Fuck, man. And there was somebody else sniping. I don't know if they did any damage to me, but I saw the bullets flying by. Come on, Facebook, fucking connect, man. Oh, okay. I need 10 headshots as Wraith, scan once every beacon as Pathfinder, and create 3 decoys as Mirage. 3, yeah, decoys. I mean, that's how you do it. That's the only way to do it, isn't it? I didn't know there was a way to do it. And I mean, a fish is a fish. You know what I mean? Alright, I'm just gonna have to delete this off of my fucking gotta delete the Facebook from my restream and then re-add it. Maybe it will connect then. But it's being fucking dumb. No, I'm streaming from... No, I have a capture card. So everything goes into the computer, then my computer OBS streams it to Restream, and then Restream splits it out to where it's got to go. So the problem is Facebook isn't connecting to Restream for whatever reason. So, yeah, I mean, it's just like I have no control over that. So I'm deleting it off of the Restream and resetting that channel up. And hopefully it'll connect. No. You can. There's some things you pay for. Like if you want to do it on like a business page, you'd have to pay. But if you do it to like your personal page, it's free. On Facebook anyway. I don't know of any... There is like a premium VIP thing, but I don't know what else you get besides that. Alright, I'm coming. Bless you. I'm up here, he's not up here. I'm not using the Eva again. That just fucked me up last time. Yeah, I think I will. Oh, fuck yes. Oh shit, okay. No. We're coming. Alright, coming up. Coming up, coming up, coming up. Yeah. Oh no, they're on the roof. They're on the roof. He melted me, yeah. His that happens so often. It's surprising. I've been going through like my streams. No, I've been going through my streams to like find clips, and there's so many times you're like, oh, I just fucked myself up with that grenade, just constantly, like. Yeah. Yeah, Leroy Jenkins. Oh yeah, Martyrdom or something it was called, yeah. I went to the barn building over here. So I'm sure I'll go down and like, same here, bro. We're like the P2020 twins. I just picked up a triple take, but I did find hammer point for it, so. Oh, they found me. Oh my god. Yeah, man. Oh, there's a Pathfinder. I got a med kit. There was just a Pathfinder in this building. Hit him for 65. Yeah, he ran all the way that way. There's a purple robot around somewhere. Oh, he's all the way there. He's a fast guy. He's... Here, Grim. Grim. I don't know. No, but I think I did see a white shield. Here, there's a helmet here. And I thought I saw a white shield somewhere. I went to this building and that building. This is the building. Okay, this is the building I saw the robot in. Looking, I'm sure there's a. I really feel like there was a white shield I saw somewhere, and I don't remember where. Yeah, it's just a basic ass shit. Oh, is that a person? Is that a person? No, it's okay. I just found a big one. Oh, here. Here, does anybody need? Okay. No, I'm good. I'm good. I got 160. I was gonna. Fuck yes. Oh, does anybody need a heavy? Okay. Alright, I'm coming. Oh, the Wraith is up here. Oh, she's fucking me up. Alright, I just went through her portal because... Right here. No, she's right here in front of me. Yes. Yeah. Right there, in front of you, Grim. Yeah, you got too close to her. Yeah. But I think she saw you because you like bumped into her. Well, I mean, it definitely helps to have your gun loaded for firefights. Yeah, take whatever you need. There's a thing right next to you. There's a respawn right. But yeah, take whatever you need. But save me something. I'm gonna need. No, you take it, use it. Take it, use it, and then I just need guns, some ammo, and I'll take everything off the next motherfucker. Yeah. Oh. So I have syringes but no shields. Alright, I had to... Hold on, don't go to the bathroom yet. It's not over yet. Thank you, sir. Yeah, Hemlock got some buffs and stuff. That's nice. Yeah. Yeah, I heard that it did more damage. I wasn't really sure if it was just single fire or what it was. And every time I've been meaning to look at the damage numbers, but just like with everything going on, I never do. Yeah, same here. Yeah. Yeah, man, you sure as hell can. Alright. Boom 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 boom. Alright, invite those Sento. Yes. Grim would know better than me, but I think you just go into, once like you have it set up and you're playing the game, you go into the Pandora app and when you first click in, you can change. You can either skip song or change the volume. Or maybe you can do it right from the menu on the left. Yeah. Yeah, man. Alright, actually, I'm gonna restart my stream and see if I can get Facebook back here. Actually, wait a minute. I connected Facebook, but it didn't ask for like a stream key or anything. Facebook stream key. Okay. Yeah, I like this urban area. We had a good fight there yesterday. Yeah. And it's right by the epicenter, which has all that cool stuff going on. Oh, 2 people landing. Yeah. Yeah, a little bit. I'm gonna see if I can go up this construction thing. Oh, that didn't work. What? Are you kidding me? Oh, there's somebody right below me. Like directly below me on the floor. Yeah, so just be mindful. Because I only have a P2020. I'm not looking to engage. I hear a drone. Oh, shit. Oh, there's a bunch of loot up here. I'm gonna drop the Havoc for that. Okay.
But she's actually has some energy if you want to play with her.
He's got some energy now?
Your camera off?
Oh, no, I was talking to my girlfriend. I'm sorry. She's talking about the dogs. Alright, good night. Love you. See you later. I know, I got you. What kind of ammo you need? Oh shit. I have 20 on me, and I have 20 heavy. I also have a bunch of light if you want or need that. No. You need a second gun? There's a RE45 up here. Oh, okay. Broke his shield. Guys in here with us. Broke his shield. Oh shit, there's another guy over here. Fuck. We're being third. Yeah. Alright, fast guy right here. Yeah, that sucked. Yeah. Fuck. Fuck.
Oh, he's locked up in the other room.
Okay.
I'll let Chip do what he wants to do because he's energy.
Okay.
But just don't leave him in there forever. And
Okay.
bring him out. Just supervise him.
Yeah,
So he doesn't electrocute himself.
I know. I will. Ah, man.
Chip, open my door and shut it.
Okay. Alright, we're gonna fudge these fudgers up this fudging time. Yeah, I think I played with Eats Veggies before too. Eats Veggies, I think I played with them before. And just like yesterday, we played with that Zonated Terror or whatever that I was pretty sure I played with before. Yeah, I wonder if that's like, if it's because we're in ranked so we see the same people. I don't know. Oh yeah, we're in a new party, yeah, so we're not in ranked. He's your friend. Let's do that again. Let's go. Oh, the train, yeah. Yeah, we'll land the train. Oh no, it's gonna go into this thing. I'm gonna catch on the other side of it. I don't think I'll be able to get to the train on this side of the mountain. Oh no! Motherfucker, I fucked up. I am all the way on the bottom. I'm not even close. Yeah? Okay, give me 1 second. Oh, I can't climb up that wall. You kidding me? Okay. Trying to. This takes forever to reload. Holy shit. Fuck, man. Yeah, I've only used that like 2 other times. Yeah, and right there, like I start to charge up, take the shot, and then like I didn't have a shot anymore, so I let go. I figured it would just like stop charging up, but just by tapping it, it charges up and shoots. So yeah, I was not prepared for that. Maybe. I don't know. I'm gonna give that up. There you go. That's all you, Mr. Zero. Oh, I just like glitched through the building. That was crazy. P2020 and a hope and a dream and a prayer. Oh, I'm coming. Okay. What? Come on. Oh no. What? Damn it. Oh, God. Yeah, I was not happy with my shooting there. Maybe. And I don't know. My performance was not up to par. So. You, look at that. Talk about timing. Now, we were just about to start one, but Zero was having issues with his glasses. So we stopped for that. And yeah, now you're here to do stuff. Stop putting boogers in your glasses. It's better than your tongue. It is so much worse than just eating it. Like, she checked it, made sure it was worthy of teeth smearing, then smeared it on her teeth, and then that's fucking gross. So yeah, that's nasty. Oh. Oh. Right. Yeah. You gotta see what's gonna happen. Oh man. Yeah. She's sitting up on the thing like licking her hands and rubbing her face. In the litter box. I mean, that sounds like cool. And she was an old lady, you said? Or the first lady was an old lady? Oh. The first one wasn't an old lady? You're way too old to be eating your boogers. So, like, I'd like to know, yeah, like, I would have, like, gotten a, like, stood up and, like, yo, this lady just smeared her fucking boogers on her fucking teeth. Get out, lady, get the fuck out. I like it. Urador. Yeah. Yes, it is 100%. Need to learn how to snipe. Hopefully, there's like some YouTube videos I can watch to learn, because I don't fucking know how. Oh yeah. I'll take that 3X. Nice. Yep. There's nothing gold in it? Yeah, it was definitely gold. I know for a fact it was gold. I seen it. My eyes work. Okay. No, I got one already. Thank you. Where'd that thing blow up at? There's got to be something around it. Oh, I thought that was inside the building. Yeah, there's a turbocharger here. Yeah, that was up on it's like on the railing. How much energy ammo is with that devotion? Oh, like actually, like legitimately 3 bullets. Alright, so there's that, and no. Alright, here, since I dropped my light, here's all my light ammo. No, I got one. So I need all the energy we can find. Por favor. Yeah, I got a purple. That's yeah, that's the one of the reasons I took it. Had a turbo. I had that in my inventory and the turbocharger. Oh, there's a closed bin here real quick. Hold on. So I got a longbow and a devotion. Oh, there's a care package. I'm gonna see if it's got a Kraber. Oh, okay. Purple helmet that I picked up, 4 to 8 sight, and a Phoenix kit. Here, I'll throw the blue helmet down to you. Ready? I'm gonna throw it off the cliff here. Nice, look at us. Oh, nice. Yes. Oh, there's a double tap. Yeah, I'm coming for that. I know, I was letting Zero know in case he didn't notice it. No, I don't have a scout or anything. But no, he's the one that pinged it. He pinged it, but you were talking about the energy ammo at the time, so I thought. I'd hate for you to miss out on a sweet ass hop up because you're helping me find energy ammo. I'd never forgive myself. And a shit ton of ammo. Yes. It's a gold hop up, but it's that. Yeah. No, it's a something hammer, like a anvil receiver. No, it just does more damage on single fire. It's the anvil hammer receiver or something, or the hammer anvil, or the something like that. No, I was saying no to the double tap. Yeah. a pretty badass longbow skin that I got. I didn't even realize I had it. It's got like a skull on the back. Oh, there's a Spitfire. Okay, there's 3 boxes of heavy up here. I'm good. I got 160 for a longbow. More than enough. And there's 3 boxes of heavy up there where I just pinged that Spitfire. So I've restarted the stream and it looks like Facebook is working. Making crazy noises. Maybe a little bit of both. Coming down the hill? They're pushing. Broke his shield. Ooh, their buddy just took all my fucking shields away. Are they here already? Shit. Yeah, I was sniping and they took my shield, so I was hiding behind the truck to heal, and then all of a sudden, or to re-shield, and then all of a sudden, you guys are down. I'm like, oh shit, are they here? Like, what the fuck is happening? Lamer than a slow duck. Aren't ducks pretty lame, I think? I don't know. Yo, what is with this crazy... Turn the volume off! Jesus. My computer's like being ultra dumb today. Yeah, I gotta do one more decoy. Yeah, take your time. Take your time. Take it. Take it. You better take it. Yo, are you so... Oh my god, are you fucking kidding me? So I restarted the stream so Facebook would work, and now Twitch isn't working. Okay, no, alright, I reloaded it and it's back. But like, I was about to freak the fuck out. Change glasses, maybe that's my problem. No, I've been playing with my outdoor glasses and not my gaming glasses, so glasses on that I game with, maybe that'll change. lights out. Let's get crazy. Isn't that how you speak dubstep? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it's just like one giant building. Anvil receiver for if anybody's got a 301 or a flatline. Yeah, makes single fire do like the 301 on single fire does like 30 some damage. So basically gives the 301 like a scout option. Turn on single fire and do 30 damage per shot. Yeah, I like it. Oh, I got barrel stabilizers. Does anybody need barrel stabilizers? Okay. Alright, I thought there was a... Oh, there it is. I have it, man. Why are you freaking out, man? I definitely was... I had it the whole time, bro. What are you talking about? The whole time. I don't know what you're talking about. Dude, I'm telling you. I had it. There's a barrel stabilizer you needed, Zero. Oh, wait. You skipped... Wait, what? Okay. Let me, How much... Oh, no, I guess I gotta keep the heavy because I have the most ammo for it. I don't really want to. I'm reaching the balloon down. I'm deploying. All right. Well, there was 3 people there when I landed. And it was all from the same guy. I do know what you're saying. No, I did 2 of them. I broke a thing. Tried to break it when it was gold, broke it when it was purple. Yeah. Oh shit, yeah. Yeah, it was up on this roof up here. Oh, there's also some up here. That one and the one caddy corner from there. Yeah. Sure. Oh shit, there's somebody here? They just went up like a balloon, I guess? They ziplined straight up. Shit. Yeah, I'm going to take his zip line the way you guys just did. So I can... Oh, that didn't work. I didn't jump up. I don't know if we can get up in that box. I didn't make it. I'm coming. How did he die? Yeah, I think he did, because I didn't get a shot on him. Put a hemlock in there. I'm taking the flat line for that coup. There's 40 heavy. There's a med kit. There you go, Grim. Med kit, Grim. Yeah, but I was giving it. Yeah, because you didn't get anything out of that box. I was giving that to you. That's what I got out of the box. Yeah, we have. Has not been going well tonight. Was it everything you ever wanted? Sweet. I'm glad you're glad that. Alright, so I'm gonna be Wraith now and get my 10 headshots. Okay, and then after that, I need to do survey beacons as Pathfinder. I need to do one survey beacon as Pathfinder. But I'm gonna stand for a little bit. build a tall desk. Yeah. Yeah, you could. I don't know how much like actuators and stuff would cost. You can even just buy the legs. They sell the legs separately. Yeah, and you can put them on your own desk. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, could do that. No, just the desks that you can raise and stand at. Yeah, because I said I'm gonna stand for this match, and then Zero started talking about that. Alright, I don't have a gun yet. I'm at the mall, buddy. Where you at, man? I'm at the mall, man. Dude, nobody goes to fucking Mills, bro. And it's just like oh, that's interesting to like oh, actually I'll put that on my scout. I'll drop the 2X. Here's more, here's 40 energy. Yeah, I like salt. Yeah, I gotta get to the roof to get up top. Alright, I'm bringing the pepper. Oh, they're on the roof? Wraith just jumped off? There's a robot down there. Oh, I just broke somebody's armor. probably just took your arm. Oh, he's zipping away? Where the fuck did he go? Oh, okay, I'm taking the Wraith portal. My bad, I got there 2 seconds too late. Yeah, I'm gonna hit. Yes, sir. I'm gonna hit this and then I'll do a portal back to all those boxes. Oh shit. I just thought for a second I didn't actually respawn you guys. I'm like, wait, what the fuck did I do then? Oh, the portal didn't go as far as I thought it would. And there's two. Yeah, I grabbed the purple shield. Oh, this is your box. Oh, I thought you were at your box. I just like took shit out of your box. Fuck. Here. Alright, I thought you were at your box, so when I saw this other box, I'm like, oh, there's all these other purple boxes over here. I got heavy ammo. The spares. I was dropping that stuff for you because I took some of that stuff out of your box. I dropped the med kit. I dropped heavy ammo. Well, no, take it. Okay. Alright, yeah, come up and grab this heavy then. That doesn't... Yeah, it only counts for one trip per thing. Here. There's light ammo for you. Here. Oh, there's a care package over here. I don't know why that's not on the map. Unless this is like a trap setting up this. Just somebody shoots a lightning gun. Craver, you want to use the Craver? You gotta use oh, double tap? Do you have a scout? Do you want that? Yeah. I'll bring I brought your um, barrel stabilizer that fell off of your Scout. So. There's a 2 to 4 in one of those bins somewhere. I don't know if you want a 2 to 4, what kind of gun you have. Okay. Oh wow. Magma. Oh, another care package. I'm usually no good with the Kraber, but I'm interested to try it on this new map where it's wide open. Oh, L-Star. Alright, I'll try the Kraber then. I'm dropping all this stuff. I'll carry this stuff for later. Oh, shit. I broke her shield, hit her for, yeah, 125. Nice. People are landing on us? I think that's what it was. I think people came from the balloon. Yep, they're on the roof. They got a charge rifle. Pretty sure. Yep. Yeah, alright, but I love to hit them from the inside. Yeah, we're jumping on the roof now. Yeah. Yeah, I don't see him either. I think that's Grim zipping. Oh, I think I just saw, yep. 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 I hear them. Oh, that's bullshit. Oh my god, that's such bullshit. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah. I just picked up a fresh one. I'm good. Fresh. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say I have light. I was carrying light from when I had a scout. But yeah, there's 231 in there. No, ping them, ping them, ping them. I missed them. There was one that ran left to right. I don't know if it's still there. Excellent. Nice. Right there. Yeah, behind that truck. I hit him for 152. Yeah. No, you should. Oh, there's a drone. There's a drone. Drone down. Heal up, Grim. You need health. I think the drone came from over there. On the other side of that thing. Yep. I'm here on the other side of the truck, E0. I'm here with you. Oh, right there. They just ran right to left behind this big ass thing. They're on the other side of this wall. They got their drone. Yeah, they're on the other side of the wall. Yeah. Oh, we're being scanned by their drone. Where's their drone? Oh, EMP! Fuck, they got me anyway. I tried to go. He's got fast shields. He's got fast shields. Yikes. 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 That's not even a... Yeetus the fetus. That was super nice. Damn, 1,000 damage. Nice. It's in the hand. So, damn, I just got 200 points for that. That's crazy. Like that, I'm only 70. 67 points away from silver now. Yep. So I need to land in thermal station. I need 200 damage with Bangalores Rolling Thunder. And loot legendary helmet one more time. Oh, and I need to open 10 supply bins in thermal station. Okay. Alright, so I need to land in thermal station. I need to open 10 supply bins in thermal station. Well, I need to open four more supply bins in thermal station. And then that'll be the first diamond of 3 of the bins. And then I need to deal 200 damage with Bangalore's Rolling Thunder and loot a legendary helmet one more time. And then all of the weeklies are done. But I still need 9 more headshots with Wraith, and I need to scan 1 survey beacon as Pathfinder. Oh, you get 10 headshots, bro. This shit ain't easy. Yeah, 10 headshots with Wraith. And then the other one's easy. It's just scan 1 survey beacon as Pathfinder. I did my 3 decoys as Mirage. They're my dailies. My weekly, I have to land in thermal station, which is... Where is... Thermal station's right there. I have to land there, and then I get 1 battle pass level. I have to open 10 bins there, and then that's my first diamond out of 4. Yeah. Yeah. Got 2 people on Grimm's Tail. Okay. Get it right, get it, son. Okay, yeah, there's a bunch of bins. Yeah. Yeah, I'm landing right next to you. Oh, and somebody's grenading at me. Oh. There's people there's people up there. Okay. They were straight back, yeah. Oh, zero. There's a body shield there. I just picked up a bunch of energy ammo. Oh shit. Okay. Yes, I think I do. Give me 1 second. Ah. Oh my god, did you see his box fly in the air? His box like went 20 feet in the air. Yeah. Oh, there's people here? Oh shit. There's a caustic back here. Fuck. Nice. He's right to your right, Grim. He's right behind you. Oh, they're getting him up. They're getting him up. Yeah. So I guess we're due for a little ass kicking. Okay. It's like a turkey dinner. Yeah, no, yeah, it definitely did. Absolutely and stuff. And I used to get them all the time. Back in like 2009. Back pasta because they're Italian. So they have turkey. They'll have a little bit of ham. They'll have pasta, and they always have like long hots, like hot peppers, just like grilled hot peppers. I guess they're I don't know. They call them long hots. I don't know what they're actually called, but they're long green peppers and they're spicy, and that's just like a side dish. They just like grill them whole, and they have like whatever, put like 10 out on a plate, and people just like take one if they want, or maybe they cut it or whatever, like, but they're spicy as shit. Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree. It's like there's definitely a point where it becomes, you can't taste it anymore. You're just torturing yourself. Yeah, I definitely know what you're talking about with that. Yeah, possibly. Probably not, but you probably will learn to deal with it better. I mean, you probably wouldn't fall over and cry. Yeah, I'll let somebody else figure that one out. No, yeah. I haven't found out anything yet. Nice. Yeah, whatever, I'll take it. Yeah, I'm with you. Oh, hold on, I just found a flat line. Let me switch this Mozambique out. Okay, I'm coming. Oh, and dude left. Our teammate left. Right. Are you fucking kidding me? That's bullshit. Hopefully. Mm-hmm. He's like, oh, they're almost here. I better leave real quick. So I'm like, can I just have that same VCA vet verify that he doesn't have kennel cough and just get it done? And they just didn't answer that question. Yeah, they're just yanking my fucking chain. What's up, monkey? Still sick, buddy? Oh, shit. Yeah, that's rough. Ooh, double tap. I took all the ammo for everything, so if there's ammo you need, I got some light I can spray. Alrighty then, let's. I'm with you. Come on, bro, you don't. There's enemies over here, dickhead. Let's go. Nice. Fuck, I tried to do my fucking invisibility. Yo, is he going the other fucking dirt? No, alright, he's coming to us now, but like, he is. Can I ping where he is? He was 100 meters away when I just hit him. Like. Oh, and he went up, instead of trying to like get me up, because I'm on a whole different floor. Jerk off. What a jerk off. Hey, I'm over here. In case you were looking for someone to shoot, I'm right here. Oh, I just had a bird now. Thanks, Bowers, you fuck. Yeah. Maybe you shouldn't have waited till we were down. So imagine if he was there during the fight, we probably would have won. He's gonna do one, ladies and gentlemen. He's gonna do one. So I need 8 more headshots as Wraith. I need this 1 survey beacon as Pathfinder. 10 supply bins in the fuel depot. So I opened 10 supply, or I opened my last 4 supply bins in the thermal station, which is good. Fuel depot, and then 200 damage with bangers. Oh, and loot a legendary helmet one more time. Oh, hey, Cubistic Guide. Sorry, for some reason my Mixer chat isn't coming up on my Restream chat. Sorry, I didn't see you were there. If you're still here, probably not. My apologies, buddy. So is that just my Twitch chat? Why is nothing showing up there? Alright, so my Twitch shows up there. Nothing else. That's... I don't know what's going on with Restream. They're really gibbling my gips. Gibbling my gips. Whatever that is. Yeah, I restarted, and that got Facebook back. Like, Facebook went live again, but for whatever reason, it's not, the chat isn't connected. You know what, there was just an update yesterday, I think. Yeah. Yeah, there was an update, I forget if it was OBS or Restream updated something, and it just like there's, every time there's an update, shit doesn't work. Every single time. I was using Streamlabs OBS. So it's still OBS, but it just had like plugins from a different third-party company, and that had an update. And then all of a sudden, every time that I would load it up, I would have to delete all my sources and scenes and recreate everything. So like I needed like, I don't know, a half hour before I was going live to actually like redo everything. It was such a pain in the ass. Yeah. Select the fire. I'm gonna run with the Mozambique. This game, I got the Karma Point and I got a blue bolt for it. I think it's gonna come in great. I just need my other gun to not be an alternator, I think. Something with some range would be nice. Yeah, it wasn't me. So if I can find like a 301, I have enough light bullets, so it could just be... That's very tempting. Oh, blue. Oh, here's a wingman. It shoots. It shoots like the charge rifle. It charges up and shoots like that. There's none. Okay. If you do what? Oh, that's pretty sweet. No, me neither. That's pretty sweet. Okay. Yeah, I was trying to debate whether I want to drop the shit for another shit. The Mozamp for the wingman. That wasn't as great as I thought that would be, but... Oh, fire! Fire, fire, fire! Oh shit, the wall's coming? Here, I can throw a zip line. Try to make it useful for all of us. Oh, where are you going? Oh shit, I'm not doing that. I'll meet you guys over there. Yeah, I hear that too. I'm the fucking wall, bro. Okay. Oh, I gotta scan one of these things. The whole reason I'm playing this guy. Found what? Okay, let me. Yeah, I never thought to land there immediately. That would definitely. Yeah, that was a nice little tip from. Oh, okay, I see them. Okay. What? Come on. He's got no shield. Nice. Alright. I don't want to judge your decision making. You probably should have finished getting me up. Yeah. Right. I know. Hindsight's 2020. Knowing that we had time, but I mean, I did hear the footsteps, so I mean, who knows how? I didn't know how close he was, but. Okay. We're gonna work. You need 3 as your buffer, or 2 more as your buffer? Oh yeah, I'd rather have the RE45 over the 99 personally. Oh yeah, that's fun. I like fighting in that city. Yeah. The back shaft's the fun shaft. Alright. I'm gonna land at the base. You land at the tip. I did see some people playing, and they were like, I forget who it was, but it was on YouTube, and they were like, they went up and they're like, oh, what? This is as high as you can go, really? Like, you can't go. It was one of the buildings that only had like 2 floors, but like from the outside, it was like 20, 25 stories. And once you were in it, it was only 2. And he's like, what, really? You can only go, you know, I mean, that's an interesting way to get away with poor level design. I need a bag if we see it. Sure. In where? Okay, I'm in here with this John. Okay. Nice. Wraith is running away. Are we healing up? Yep, not no more. Well, oh my god, look, it's like freaking Christmas. Oh, we're just being scanned by a drone. I need a bag. Oh. Oh, he just missed me with the anything. Oh wait, I have a bag. Oh, he's right there. I see the drone. Drone's down. Shit, yeah, I can't get up. What the fuck? Oh, there we go. Oh, there's a Birdman. Just did a special. Birdman's right on the other side of this wall. Right there. What? I can never go in my fucking, like any other dimension quick enough. I always die. Every single time. Yeah, it's every time. Every single time. We'll just say you stole them from me. My 74 damage definitely, I think I should have got more than 0 kills. Alright, so who's next? Do they? I love Halloween stuff. I mean, that. No, go ahead, good. Because all I was gonna say was like, it's kind of unfair for Lifeline and then now Crypto, because their abilities like make them glow. Like his drone glows red, her shield is bright green when she's like rezzing somebody. Ah, yeah. That sounds pretty sweet. Yeah, I'm okay with dropping the city forever. Learn this place inside and out. Yeah, I've heard of Skyhook. I didn't know what it was. He said that's like in Skull Town. I'm being risky. I'm going for this Ben. There was a Mozambique. There was a Mozambique and a box of shotgun ammo. That was it. I keep getting northeast. Oh, on the first floor. Okay. That was actually good. Okay. Yeah, you get that 0. Yeah, there was that next to that one that you sent me to actually had a blue knockdown and a blue energy mag, so worked out pretty well. Now I shot at some in the beginning. Oh shit, that is pretty sweet. I did not notice that. Okay. I'm doing the same shit. Alright, I'm moving up on U0. Alright. Pop your pulse. Okay. Alright. 1-6-0. How the fuck do we get a ball? I hear footsteps. Is that you guys? Someone just threw a grenade at us. They're throwing them from the south side. Oh, I see them right there. In the street now. Broke their shield. No, no, fuck! Somebody's behind me. Somebody's right there. Yeah. Yeah, but it's good stuff to know. You know, like the death recap. Yeah, I mean, it worked. Threw us for a loop. In the balls. P2020. Alright, I got an alternator and a blue bag. Not bad. I can live with it. Look at that. They got a bin for each of us. Alright. Right here. He's behind you. So many bullets went into your back instead of into him. Like I have to. Oh man, yeah, I gotta. I'm taking that Havoc. There's a longbow. Okay. Come on. Here he comes. Are you kidding me? I'm down. That's crazy. That. You fucked me up with that Peacekeeper. Stony McJ-Dog 420. You're fucking cool, bro. $12 Rightful DJ. Oh, it's Rightful. That's pretty slick. Rightful DJ. I mean, DJs or whatever, but the Rightful using a 12, I can dig it. It's Stony McJ-Dog 420. Like, I feel like you're a clown. Yeah, I don't know either. I only saw 2 people, the Caustic and the Pathfinder. And he said he left the party, so his Xbox probably shut off from inactivity. I don't know. What was he doing? He was going to smoke and eat something or something? Oh, yeah. Okay, that's right. A gobbler. Well, I don't know. I was gonna say one day when you come by Philly, you can grab them, but they only serve them during Thanksgiving time. So like now through November. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and that's basically all there is in Philly, so. Oh, yeah. Up, yeah, we got another squad landing in the boxes in the sky. Somebody on train? Oh, there's somebody down there and they just fucking killed me. They're climbing up now. Climbing up that wall. I know they hopped down to kill me. It's a caustic. Oh, and they're behind you. Fuck, man. This is... Yeah. Yes! Oh, did you see that? I got another 0 damage game. Oh! I love it. I love those games. They're my favorite. I love the 0 damage where you're like shooting, bang, 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 and nothing ever lands. Feels so good. Okay, okay. Very nice. Yeah, I need a bunch of headshots. Like 4 more headshots with Wraith. Then my dailies are done. And I actually only have a couple more games. It's almost 3, and I gotta take my dog to the clinic. Which sucks because then like I'm not gonna stream all weekend. So I would like to stay on to like 5 or 6. Oh yeah. Yeah, you're right. Today's only Thursday. So I feel better about that. Yeah. I was thinking today was Friday. Cool. Yeah, I gotta go to the fuel depot. I don't know what side's the front. I guess we'll land on this side of it. Definitely have people that landed. Definitely don't have a gun. If someone's right behind me and they're punching me. They punched me twice before I could even see them. Yeah, bitch, this is how we do it in Philly. Suck one then. Costa killed me, but I fucked that Wraith up. That Wraith hit me twice before I even knew what was happening, before I left the first thing. And then she chased me in that building thinking, oh, I got this bitch. I'm gonna fuck this bitch up. She run away. She don't know. I'm like, up. I pick up a couple blankets. Yeah. I pick up a couple blankets. There's no guns. I'm like, that's it. I ain't running no more. I'm gonna show you how Rocky Balboa gets down. And I was like, bow. And she went to sleep. And then Costa came in and killed me. Yeah. It's not how hard you can hit. It's about how hard you can get hit. Yeah, no problem, Monkey. Thank you for the games, buddy. Yeah, I hope you feel better, buddy. Cheers. Sounds good. I'll be here. Adios. No, I was saying adios to Monkey. Um, no. Yeah, no, I saw that, yeah, I saw it when it came out, but I haven't seen it in a long time. But I just saw that on a meme, well, I don't know, like a week ago or something. Oh, this mother took. Alright. Yes, sir. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It's about the underdog. Yeah. It's like Rudy's a movie that has football in it, but it's not really about football. It's more about his journey of overcoming adversity. Yeah, it's same thing as Rocky or it's a good emotional movie. Yeah, I mean, young kid just wants to play on for Notre Dame. I don't know if you know anything about it. Oh shit, we got people. Okay, I just downed the lifeline because there can be only one. I'm feeling the quickening. Oh, right there. Nice. I don't know where that lifeline went. I need to kill her and get my kill credit. Sucker chomp. Yeah, I could use light ammo as well. Oh. Thank you. Look, up there somewhere. I think they were shooting from. Where's that lifeline at? Oh, back here, back here, back here. Oh no, getting her up back here. Oh, that dude wasn't down. I thought that dude was down. I like walked right up to him like, hey buddy, you wanna play? And he was like, yeah, he was not happy. Well, because I saw where he was picking her up at. So, when she only came out, and thank you. Well done. Oh yeah, I have the bullets for that Mozambique if you want to run that. Yes, sir. Oh, here, you need shield cells? I found some. There's your 3 back. Wraith here? Oh, there's somebody else? Oh, that's our Wraith. Oh my god, I'm wasting so many bullets on our Wraith. Broke his shield. Nice. Yeah, buddy. Do you need energy or anything? Shit, yeah, here, we'll do this. Yep. Alright, yeah, I just dropped my... Nope, I dropped my heavy for the energy. So, I'm running triple take 301 now. Armored Ozzy, need a 3rd. Yeah, we could use a 3rd. I only have a couple more games because I got some stuff to do in the morning. But yeah, so after this we'll get you in. Oh yeah, I'm right behind you. I'm like, I don't know, 20 yards behind you. Yeah. Oh, there's more heavy right there? Shit. Okay, I'm coming. Oh, no, 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 they're in the street, they're in the street. Ah, fuck, they just fucked me up. I gotta hide and heal. Alright. Ah, shit. Alright. Alright, I'm gonna let them... I'll let them get silly with each other. Alright, I get it, buddy. I fucking get it. He's like, no, 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 don't do what you do. Don't do what you want to do. Do what I tell you to do, you fucker. You fucker, do what I tell you to do. Like, yeah. You're pure garbo with your fucking nonsense. You want me to bring you back over here on that high building, or I don't even know where. Can you hit A, ping that thing again? Okay, that's 300 meters away. Well, if I die, it's that guy's fault because he wanted me to run 400 meters away. Yeah. Gotta please the dipshit. Good thing this place isn't fucking looted. Way to go, dipshit. I think there was a blue box there. In there. Oh yeah. Flaccid fucking tuna. Yeah, there's one straight ahead of me, but I don't know if I can make it to that. Yeah, man. Pop you guys off real quick and then we can... Hopefully he's gonna follow me up that zip line. Nah, he ain't. He don't want no smoke. Yeah. Calling in my lifeline package so you guys can grab some shit off of it. Oh, you're set then. Forget the package. Yeah. Skeet, mother. Yeah, he just made a body shield for you. Up here. Here, do you have a gun? No, you just have a grenade. I can give you a triple take or a 301. Yeah, I was enjoying it, so I figured I'd hang on to it. I don't know. Fine. Oh, there's a Spitfire. I don't have any heavy though. It don't matter. Well, no, I got an even. So you take the longbow and the 301. I got an even. My triple take. Do you have bullets for both though? Oh no, hang on to the 301 so you have bullets. Unless you want the shotgun, I can give you the either, whatever you want. Alright, she just picked a hemlock. Hopefully there'll be bullets with it. If not, tell her you need heavy bullets. Because that means she came here and took the bullets from it. Well, do you have heavy bullets for the longbow? Well, I'll tell you. Oh, so she... Fucking bitch. Bitch. If we can find another energy, I have like 180 of those. Oh. There's a backpack up there for you. There's a care package. Okay, teammates already run into it. Oh yeah, that's Rambo. Okay, do I give up the... Do I run double sniper? That's risky, but I'm doing it. I'm dropping the Eva. Because I feel like the Eva's not going to do me any good. So I'm gonna take this 2 to 4. Oh shit! I'm being shot. Oh my god! Get out of my menu. They're that way. Fuck! I don't have any shields. Okay. So yeah. Alright, I'm dropping, so that's, no, I was dropping that, is what I was trying to drop, and they started shooting me. Yeah, because I'm going to use the triple take for kind of like a close quarter shotgun sort of thing. Oh, they're right there, behind that rock. Oh, we got to go, they just threw an airstrike on us. Oh, shit. Come on, Jack. Jack Ryan is fucking running and hiding like a bitch. Oh my god, Jack. Yeah, this dude's just, our teammate's just fucking hiding. Like, come on, bro. He's running away. Like, what the fuck? He's just like looting fucking care packages. Motherfucker, man. Like, what the fuck are you doing, man? Oh my god. Yeah, like he was legit just hunting fucking care packages. Like, he had 1,000 damage, big fucking deal. Like, what a fucking... Oh my god, I'm so angry. So angry. Jesus. That... Yeah, I mean, figure the scout does 30 damage to a body. So 5 body shots would be 150. What did he hit you for? One... I don't know. Yeah, I mean, who knows? Kids these days with the performance enhancers, who knows? Yeah. Ram, you want to, there he is. What's on, buddy? Invite sent. I'm going to go to the potty. BRB. Alright, I'm back. It kinda is a mechanic. The fabled mechanic. The guy who fixes your car for the price that he says and doesn't rip you off. This mechanic scams no one. Except for people I don't like, exactly. Why's that? Alright. Oh, hey, Notorious. What's up? Thank you for this, the Sparks. Is that what they're called? What's up? Thank you for the follow also. Appreciate that. Notorious CSI. He's a notorious crime scene investigator. Well, he's notorious for it, obviously. He's the man, the myth, the legend, man. Notorious CSI, CSI, notorious CSI, CSI. You're jump master, bro. We'll jump to the edge of the map. Ooh. Does it click clack? Does it go click clack? Click clack. Nice. Very nice. Look at that. You should be a pro with it now. You got a real one in your hand. Right there. Yeah, don't. I might have. Yeah, I was gonna say that was the only place I was. Oh, sure, we got people right there in that house. I didn't realize they were like this close. Okay, there's also a wraith somewhere. Yeah, that's what you call rape. And you should just let that guy bleed out so you can have that kill. Mm-hmm. Yeah, man, like... Well, Jesus definitely would. Jesus was well known for shooting other people. Mm-hmm. He shot him with his Christianity gun. What are you doing? I thought you just like glued them together. I mean, bolts aren't that expensive. And no, I do. Every car that I fix, I collect a little souvenir. I have a couple bolts, screws left over. I mean, the car doesn't need all of the bolts that it comes with. You know? It only needs... Yeah, it only needs some important bolts, like the lug nuts or the lug bolts. Depends on what kind of car it is. No, that it needs, but like the plastic that goes over the engine, there might be like 30 of those. Well, I mean, to be honest, it's got a couple mounts. I mean, you don't need all the bolts and all of the mounts. That just is overkill. Yeah, I'm agreeing with you, bro. Well, not good. I was gonna say find it later because we're going to the epicenter of this water bending catastrophe. Dude, how awesome am I, right? Yep. There was one gun in those 3 bins that I opened. Ooh, ham. I hit him with fucking... I mean, you gotta get him how you can... Gotta get him how you can get him. He's a beast. He's an Aussie. I mean, those Aussies are little... They're like tiny little scrapper people. No. Man beaten to death with what? Oh, Nutella. Oh, okay. Yeah, I thought it was a... You're right, I thought it was a thing. So, alright, so let's run this back. So, Maine is beaten to death with a Nutella jar for trying to steal a car. I don't know about Australia, but they're plastic up in the States. You know how hard you have to beat somebody with a plastic peanut butter jar? Oh. I was gonna say, like, could you imagine beating somebody to death with, like, a Jiffy container? Like, yeah, like, that would just, like, be so much more work than like, beat them to death with your fists. You know what I mean? Because, like, it would just crush and, like, take some of the blow from you. Yeah. Beaten to death with a Smucker's jar. No, I saw it in one movie or show and it sounded gross. So, Vegemite? So they just eat that. They just eat yeast extract on a spoon. So it's like MSG, basically. I mean, MSG is just like a savory powder that they put on stuff, and it kind of has like a meat flavor to it. Oh. I would not. You don't gotta worry about it. I will not be trying it anytime soon. Heaps. Heaps. Dude. I mean, I think you're being way too specific. Has to be 1 millimeter over 3/4 of your bread. It's just, I'm from the city of, what's the bread for? Oh, Zero, you're a jump master. Oh, I knew. Yeah. So the quarter of the bread that you're leaving uncovered from Vegemite, why do you do that? I mean, I'm from the city of cheesesteaks. I don't think I'll be eating Vegemite anytime soon. You know what I mean? Well, banging it on the desk isn't the way to fix that. Oh man, I can only wait. I'm waiting. In fact, I'm gonna start taking my shorts off now. Oh, gross. Dude, I'm playing naked right now. Gross. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but gross. Ooh, I'm gonna go Havoc Select Fire. Crazy shit. He's got energy ammo. Are you using energy ammo? I got you, Ram. Behind us. Behind us. Never mind, he's dead. Here, there's light there. Grab a shield, Ram. Here, I got you right here. I mean, could it be any simpler, Zero? So there's one left on both squads, and we face rape them. Alright, so I guess we move towards the train yard? Or the drill sites right here? I don't know. I'm feeling the drill site. Alright. Let's see what's at the drill site. No, I think there's light ammo in another box. If there's not light ammo with that. No, we just, no, it's in another box. Check all the boxes. There's like light ammo. There's 60 in one of those boxes. Oh, okay. Did you just meow at him? Oh. I don't know. Meow makes more sense than gamow. So. In cat speak, but so does meow, so. Are you saying, yeah, are you saying Asian is, so you're saying cats are Asian people? Is that what you're telling me? You're the one that said it, you little fucko. I mean, gotta get it how you get it. Nope. There's a select fire and double tap. Someone's watching us. Oh, hey, I found them. Or they found me, actually. Oh, get away from that. Shield up. You got shield cells around? No, I got them. I'm asking if you guys are. Oh, they're shooting through the fucking house. Are you kidding me? Through the house again. They can shoot right there. God damn it. I should have known. I was getting sniped through there, but then I figured, like, with all the commotion, there's no way they'd be back in that same little hole. I was wrong. Yeah, they were. Alright, Zero. Appreciate the game, sir. Tomorrow's right. Okay, yeah, I'll be on 10-ish. I may be on a little bit earlier. Tomorrow's Friday, so I might be on a little bit earlier, but definitely I'll be on somewhere around 10 to like 12-ish. So maybe I'll be on a little bit earlier, but definitely. I might be. Yeah, I'm sometimes. Yeah, if not tomorrow, we'll talk soon. Adios, Zero. Thank you for the games, buddy. Anybody out there? Anybody in the chit chats want to play a game? I'm a mother gazelle, dog. I'm like ribbit. I'm a gazelle. I'm a dogzilla. Dogzilla. I am. Going in 3, 2, 1. Sold to the nobody in chat. All right. Huzzah, motherfucker. Oh shit. He hit me with the mother trucker. Monkey was saying that there's gonna be a Halloween event and we're gonna be Kings Canyon and there's gonna be like as people get eliminated. Yeah. I don't know. I didn't actually see a video and I saw like a thumbnail for a video and I thought the Mirage looked okay. But I don't really know. I'm not a doctor. I don't know. It's non-copyright music. Well, it's on the non-copyright music for MS Gamers on Spotify. I don't know. It's the NCS, so it's the same people that make the non-copyright copyright YouTube channel. It's the same people. Alright, we're gonna go to the tree land. It's no, it's definitely tree land because there's plenty of trees. It's definitely a land of trees. Well, you could have dropped yourself anywhere you wanted. Okay, I just grabbed a Havoc. Oh, and a flatline. I'm on my way. Alright, come to me, bro. Come to me, come to me, come to me. Run to me, run to me, run to me. Well, you should have been running instead of sanding. But you were sanding the whole flight down, bro. Bro, I heard you. You were like... Well, he probably doesn't have a girlfriend or a life, so it's cool. Ooh, I just got booted to the title screen for talking all that trash. Ooh. Trash, trash, trash. Sure you are. Sure you are. Sure I am. Sure I am. I mean, I sure am. I don't know what you're talking about. I look cool, but I'm not cool? I mean, go fuck yourself. Alright, so I guess I can't do that. Alright, so where do you want me to send this file of my logo to? Yeah, let me... Alright, go ahead. Go ahead, I'm ready. Yep. ALOR. AOLR, okay. 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 Okay, I got a scout or a flatline for you. Which do you want? Okay, give me 1 second. Ping, so Rando so the heating Adam knows that we're going to war. Do you want a wingman? I need some ammo with it. Just give me 1 box. Okay, 2 boxes. Alright, cool. Oh, here, there's a zip line right here. I don't see anybody. Okay. Oh shit. Jump off the roof and come up with us. With us. Fuck. Yeah. some BS to the BS. BS to the BS. AOLR 2500. Of course, I'm not gonna forget that shite. It was that Outlook, right? Sweet. Can only hope so. So we need to have a good game here. This is gonna be my last one. Yeah, man. Oh shit, I'm Jump Master? Oh shit, this dude's name's Homelander. That's from a show I'm watching. Character's name.
Maybe. You still locked up?
Hmm?
You haven't taken it out at all?
No. Yeah, this is actually my last game where I was gonna take him out and go to bed. Yeah. I don't want to. I got stuff I gotta do tomorrow. Now the main Ramy beam. Yeah, I got like 40 light ammos. Okay. I'm crawling underneath the thing. Oh, someone is sniping Homelander. Blooded Wolf, what's up, buddy? Oh, where are they at? Oh, right here. There's only one Jason Bourne in this village. What's up, buddy? Yeah, it's just the two of us. But this is actually my last game. Oh, I'm surrounded. Oh my god. Well, I only have 8 bullets. I need to go. Okay, yeah, this is my last game, so I don't know what he's doing after this. No, I don't want to go back outside. I want to run deep in the mountains. You know what? I'm not mad about it. Here, I'll drop some bullets for you. Here, do you want a wingman? Or do you want a devotion? There. Yeah. This is scary as shit. Well, I'm glad Homelander ran away. Like the true bitch he is. No, he didn't see the 2019. He survived it. It was. It was like the Dust Bowl. But that's it for me. I gotta get to bed. Ram, I sent my logo to your email. So, yeah, I definitely want to see a picture of that when that's done. Alright. Yeah. Alright, fellas, adios. Yeah, you guys have a good night. I'll talk to y'all later. Alright, so thank you for everybody for coming out. I appreciate it. Means the world to me. I mean, could have been anywhere on this rainy Thursday, but you chose to spend your time with me, whether it was a couple minutes or an hour or whatever. I appreciate it. Whether it was Twitch, Mixer, Facebook, YouTube, wherever. It means a lot. Appreciate all the engagement I get over on the Instagram and all that other stuff. I'll be back on tomorrow, like 10 o'clock ish. But yeah, thank you for being here.